1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is Ralph Hayes Jr. coming to you live over the internets. You're coming to you live over the interwebs for Spleen Squeezance. Yeah, this is us. We're calling you on the interwebs to talk to you and sing to you and do droid type pictures for you with the arts and the sciences and the politics and the religions, and we talks about everything. It's so free. It's so perky. I love it. Hello. Hello. Let's see, who do we have in the channel? We have, at this precise moment, we have nobody except me. That's it. I got a big old fat zero. Got a big old goose egg right there. Right there. Little self-portrait there. Yeah, I'm serious, man. I'm sitting here begging for more work, and I didn't realize that I still had a picture I owed to Daniel Meyer. I really need to be better about that. I do apologize to that to you, Daniel Meyer, because should have got this out to you ages ago. So we'll work on that. We'll work on that tonight. And we will do the art thing, and we will do the drawing thing, and we'll make many pictures. I am hoping to make more comic strips. I'm to making the comic strips and to draw the pictures. I don't know where I am getting this accent. For all I know, it could be from Meeples. Don't be ridiculous. But you have to be an obscure TV junkie to know that reference. Okay. Is there anybody out there? Do you love me? Do you love me? I love you. For nobody talk to me. I wish I knew why this thing doesn't randomize like it's supposed to. Settings. Speed, normal quality, blah, blah, blah. Annotation. What are annotations for? Oh, I'm putting it on shuffle. This has like 451 videos, so we should not get through it anytime soon. So, yay. This is CBGP music. It is royalty-free music, available on YouTube at CBGP Music. It is background music. It is YouTube audio. It is called YouTube Audio Library Songs, free public domain music. Hello! Final Legend 0 just came in. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Somebody just came in. I don't know who it is. I'm reading the thing, and he's just looking at me. $2,500 kilobytes per second. Why are they always recommending things that I can't possibly change? We recommend you start using satellite link up. I don't know. What is? Okay, look. YouTube. You fascists are always listening in anyway, so I think I'll say it out loud to you. You who are running YouTube, you guys who promise not to be evil, stop putting commercials in audio playlists. Nobody cares. Nobody wants what they are advertising. And in fact, many of us, myself included, have pretty much taken an oath to never buy anything we see in a YouTube ad. Yes, we're that spiteful. We were supposed to be better than commercial television. But no, you had to go and screw it up for everybody. Because you got greedy. You got greedy. Do you realize, pop-up ads don't pay that much, but when you've got literally a million of them going all at the same time, you get a penny every time. Do you realize how much money Google makes off of YouTube every day just from the little ads in the little banner ads at the bottom of the screens? Hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars probably. Every day. And these interruption ads, there's no reason for them. It's just greed. It's aggravating. Oh, I left the playlist stuck. Play. Yay. I have a surprising number of duplicates in this file. Let's see if I can't eliminate a few of them. Music in the background, hip swinging and very 70s. Okay. Hi. Daniel Meyer, hello. Let's see, we got Lord Firebeard, we got Final Legend Zero, we've got Daniel Meyer. Yeah, that's aggravating. It's just annoying.
When the weather starts turning cooler and the air is nice and crisp, I know that fall has finally arrived. And with it, all the flavors of the season. Fall is all about bringing people together around delicious food. And each recipe brings as much enjoyment as the company.
Low prices on everything we need to make every meal more memorable. Walmart.
Key, layer. New raster layer. Oh my. Okay, for all of you who know about the story in hiatus, I wrote a. There was a guy who came out with a fan fiction story. It was called "Would It Matter if I was. And basically, it was the premise was that it's after the Canterlot wedding in My Little Pony, and Twilight has it's just Twilight and Fluttershy there, and Twilight is talking about the preparations they have to make to scour the countryside and make sure that the changelings have been rousted. And Fluttershy basically goes off on the usual left-wing McCarthy accusation things. Says, would it matter if I was a changeling? And then she, and of course Twilight Sparkle, the smartest unicorn in Equestria, stands there, just holds the idiot ball because she just can't cope with the enlightened pure purityness of Fluttershy's perspective, and I got annoyed with that. I wrote another version of the story. It's called "Yes, It Matters," and it points in my version, Twilight doesn't put up with these shenanigans. She gets her hoof out of her mouth and says, yes, as a matter of fact, it would matter. Because not only is this, a national crisis, but it would be a very poor friend indeed who would keep that kind of a secret even after something like this had happened. And instead of having Fluttershy, walk off stage with everybody going, is she or isn't she a changeling? And nobody knows, because she refuses to say. She admits, yes, she is. And, anyway, my version, apparently, I got, general, and it's being blocked. I've submitted it for, reapproval. I resubmitted it for approval, and they told me this is 2 strikes. If I don't change the story to suit them, the admins have told me if I don't change the story to suit them, they will yank the story down completely. And God knows what else they'll pull. I've largely gotten a lot of large support, even from people who don't agree with me socially or politically or on my personal stances. Because this is horse apples. They're using BS excuses to block the story. But I've got a few people who have started commenting, and got a few people who say, oh, why don't you why are you making such a big fuss? Why are you causing all these problems? And a few people who don't appreciate the story itself too much. Had a comment by one guy who basically wanted to complain about the fact that, that I was putting words in the characters' mouths. They're out of character, and you're just putting them up on a soapbox. And how they don't like it when they, I get tired of hearing that. I really do. I really get tired of people complaining when I put a message that, you putting a message in your story. And I'm sitting here going, there's no such thing as a story without a message. There is not. It's just a matter of who's, these same people who have been slurping up everything that the mainstream media has been feeding them for the past entirety of their lives without a complaint. I've noticed that it's nobody complains about a message being served when it's according to the left-wing recipe. Ever notice that? Nobody complains about nobody complains about the left-wing message. That's in just practically everything you watch or read or listen to. And I gotta point this out to the social justice warriors. Yeah, everybody's going, "Well, that's not true." Everybody's sick of political correctness. Yeah, they're sick of the PC stuff. But I hate to bring it to you. It's not got a thing to do with the content and everything to do with the volume. They didn't care one lick. I mean, the social justice warriors have not changed. Okay, they've not changed. They've not changed their message. They've not changed their rhetoric. They've not changed their attitudes. They've not changed anything from their predecessors. Every howling moonbat crazy thing that you're hearing now, they were saying back in the 90s, the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, the 50s. This is nothing new, okay? The only difference is that the only reason that anybody notices now is that the social justice warriors, the fourth generation social justice warriors, have switched from spoon-feeding it to people to administering it as a suppository. They grossly overestimated the tolerance people have for being force-fed the stuff through the wrong end, That's the only reason anybody is all torqued out of shape about the social justice warriors, is because they carried their same old message. They just carried it further. They just started ramming it down people's throat, or rather, ramming it up their rear ends, and suddenly, suddenly people started realizing, hey, this isn't really too much fun. But if the social justice warriors went back to the soft serve approach that they've been using for the past 40 years, nobody would care. It's not that they crossed any particular line. It's just that they cranked up the volume. The problem is, one of the problems you face when you're trying to advocate for a sane, moral, ethical worldview is that most people nowadays are as right-wing as they can get. Left-wing as they can get. They are so far off the left side of the trail, it's not even funny. But they think they're moderate. To a leftist way of thinking, their way of seeing the world is the mainstream. They think of themselves as centrist. They think of themselves, everybody else is the one who has extremes. Because they're the normal ones. They hear their they spent their childhood being spoon-fed a particular worldview, and they spend their adulthood hearing it being regurgitated on the news and TV shows and popular entertainment. And they think, oh, I'm the normal person, and it never dawns on them that they don't see that just how far off the mainstream off center they are. And you can see this whenever you post, whenever you write or post or say anything that is genuinely right wing. These supposed moderate centrists react exactly the same as if they were, as if they were marching down the street with the other moonbats. They don't know. They have no perspective. This is why some of these socio-political tests became so popular, because they honestly didn't know how left or right wing they are. You got people who say they voted for Obama because and they you've seen these shows, these street interviews. They're done for comedy, but they're terrifying in their implications. Back before Obama was elected, his critics, some of the more outspoken critics, went out and started conducting interviews in the street, and they would read off a list of policy points, and they would claim it was from Obama, and people would, oh, I'm all for that, I'm all for that, I'm all for that. And then they said, no, this isn't Obama's platform. This is the other guy. This is, this is the Republican platform. What? No. And then they do the reverse. They'd read off Obama's real platform and claim that it was Republican. And people were like, oh, no, I don't want that. They don't know what the words right-wing and left-wing mean. They don't know what conservative or liberal or libertarian means. They're fish that think they're foul. And trying to get through them, they think they're moderate, they think they're sensible, they think they're, that they're middle of the road, but they're off the left rail. So when somebody comes along and says something that is genuinely conservative, suddenly, oh, now you've gone to preaching and sermonizing and soapboxing, and you don't even have to be pushing for it. You just have to mention in passing that you hold with certain values. You could stand out there and as people have pointed out, you could stand out there and advocate John F. Kennedy's political platform today, and they would call you a frothing right-wing fanatic. and getting back to the point, these people do not want to hear the conservative viewpoint. They do not want to hear the non-Marxist viewpoint. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear. It's like that old joke. Preacher gets up and he starts preaching against rock music, and everybody's in the front. Oh, amen, amen, amen. And then he starts preaching along. He gets to preaching against marijuana, and everybody, oh yeah, preacher. And he preaches against gossip, and everybody, oh, preach it, brother. And he preaches against stealing and amen, hallelujah, and then he gets around. He starts preaching against alcohol, and everybody in the front row, everybody in this country church in the front row just puckers up. And the pastor's like, "Oh, where'd all the amens go? Where'd all the amens and the hallelujahs go?" And he says, and the guy in the front row goes, "Well, you went from preaching and started to meddling." It's interesting, it's acceptable so long as it doesn't poke them anywhere they don't want to think about, It's only a sermon as long as it doesn't tell them what they want to hear. Everybody accuses me of soapboxing, and I'm like, are you oblivious to what you have been marinating in for the past 40 years? And the answer is yes, you are. People accuse me of using straw men, and I'm like, have you been watching the news lately? The characters I have written in my comics, I can't make them crazy enough to match up with how liberals and progressives behave in public, in the real world. I can't make them as horrible as they are in real life, because nobody would believe it. And I'm all polemic and politicizing and everything else. The only thing they want out of me, they don't want to hear any viewpoint except the left one. But if I put even the mildest amount of conservatism into anything I do, it's if I just a passing mention of Christianity. But a leftist has to go out of their flippin' mind before these people will pick up that they're being force-fed propaganda. I'm sorry. Well, you can understand why I feel this way. It's aggravating. I am supposed to purge everything I do of my worldview. I'm supposed to purge my stories and my comics and my blog entries and my webcast. I'm supposed to purge it of all that icky Christian and conservative and right wing and all that libertarian stuff. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Ew, icky poo. But if I went out there and wrote the most slavering left-wing crap I could think up, people would be lined up around the block to kiss my behind and tell me what a great uh, you know, author of the times I was.
When the weather starts turning cooler
In
and
case
the
you
air
haven't
is
guessed, that
nice
kind of
and
grinds
crisp,
on me.
I know that fall has finally.
You know how you know you're doing it right? You know how you know you're doing it right? When people have, when people associate you with being right wing so much that you can write a story that could pass for a, for a liberal viewpoint screed, and everybody starts complaining about how right wing it is. You'll remember the story I wrote, Shorn. If it had been anybody, really, it could have been, if it had been anybody else, it would have been lauded as an insightful. I've had other people tell me if it had been anybody else, it would have been lauded as an insightful story and a look into women's issues and women's rights and the dignity of the feminine gender in through history, and it would have been a praised women's issue story. And in fact, the fact that the villain, quote unquote, of the piece was a stuffed up priggish monk would have sold it even more. But because my name was on it, it was like soap on a hippie. Ow! Ew! Right winger! Right winger! People will be going, what? You agree with the liberals on these points? Well, yeah. On certain things, even a blind pig, the saying, even a blind pig could find an acorn from time to time. Most people don't realize conservatives and liberals, uh, they want the same end results. Conservatives want hungry people to be fed. Liberals want hungry people to be fed. We disagree on the fundamental method by which this shall be accomplished.
Big on features, small in size. The single serve make all your favorites exactly how you like it machine. Keurig Hot, your favorites, your way.
I should say most liberals. Because, for the most part, liberalism is the wicked leading the stupid. The average, the average liberal on the street, they want good things for themselves and for other people, but they lack the clarity to see how those things are to be achieved. On the other hand, you have people who consider, the liberal, for them, there are other people for whom the liberal system is a means to an end. More power, more money. More control over other people. There are people out there, they know. It's a gradated curve. You got people who are just blind. And you got the willfully blind, and then you got the people who know darn well what their political and social worldview brings about. They just don't care. And every variation in between. Liberals claim they want women to be treated with respect and dignity and fairness like they deserve. And surprise, conservatives do too. But they look at what the liberals do and no, this is not equality. The right to murder your baby is not equality. Special privileges in a court of law is not equality. perhaps we should say equity. What we want is for everybody to be treated fair and to be treated right. And it is not fair or right to treat a man exactly like a woman or a woman exactly like a man. Any more than it is to judge a fish by how it climbs a tree. So yes, a conservative is going to say that the way that women have been treated in the past and are being treated in other countries in the world is terrible. And that should be stopped. For some reason, but beyond that point is where the divergence occurs. We cannot agree with liberals on what, the particulars of how to make a more equitable world. We beyond that, we can't, beyond the roughest explanations, we can't agree with liberals on what needs to be changed and how those changes need to be made. And when we do agree with them on what changes need to be made, we can't agree with how. Because the conservative viewpoint is we tried that before. It doesn't work. It costs the world and it kills people. We tried this over here, on the other hand, and it does work. And liberals are like, no. Let's try this again. Because we like how it sounds better. As C.S. Lewis put it, good and evil want the same things. The fundamental difference is in how they want to get them. A thief and a businessman both want food, clothing, shelter, and to be able to pay their bills. But the businessman or the day worker wants to earn it, but the thief wants to steal it. Basically wandered off on a trail. I don't even know where I was going. I can stand a little commentary. You got anything you want to ask, want to add, disagree with, talk about, just that's a chat room there. Say something. Alright, I gotta get more people watching this show, just so I know people's talking.
A lot of my patients tell me, well, I just have sensitive teeth. That's always the way it's been. It's not a big deal. I just don't eat anything cold or anything hot or anything sweet. And I was like, well, that kind of knocks out a lot of things, doesn't it? For my patients who have sensitivity, switching to Sensodyne is a no-brainer. When they don't have to worry
Now,
about their teeth being sensitive, they can just live their life normally. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. Life is too short not to have ice cream.
In the forum say, I don't know, how many of you have read today's Nip and Tuck? Now, I expected people to complain, oh, that joke goes a little too far. I expected that. But nobody's done that. Nobody said, oh, that joke's a little, this guy there, it's crude. What I didn't expect is for any of my readers to go, oh, well, you go mocking people like that, you're never going to get your message across. Complaining that I was making fun of feminists and their slogan. That is an actual slogan, by the way. That is one of their actual slogans. You go around on the internet, you go on Tumblr, you go on Facebook. It's there. This is their new slogan. This is the one that they've got every college age little female dim bulb repeating. They're out there with signs and stuff that say this. My vagina has a voice. And what do I get out of these people? Oh, well, you go mocking people like that, you're just never going to get your message across. You unfeeling meanie pants, you. Let's address that, all right? Shaming people just never works. Well, except for the last 10,000 years of human history. Dumbest damn thing I've ever seen in my life. Somebody coming onto a website dedicated to a cartoonist who specializes in, oh, guess what? Humor, which consists of mocking the ridiculousness of society. The reason, this is a method for dealing with the shameful and the ludicrous that dates back to the Dark Ages, okay? It goes all the way back to the Old Testament. Fools should be treated like fools. And they should be mocked. The reason that they continue in their folly is because nobody stops and laughs at them for being so ridiculous. It is the heft of a comedian's trade. And now I've got every time this guy talks, I drop my estimate of his age by another 2 or 3 years. He's on the forums. Oh well, you're not going to get anywhere by mocking them. So I'm being lambasted on a comedy site for making fun of social justice warriors and their stupidity.
I just have sensitive teeth. That's always the way it's been. It's not a big deal. I just don't eat anything cold or anything hot or anything sweet. And I was like, well, that kind of knocks out a lot of things, doesn't it? For my patients who have sensitivity, switching to Sensodyne is a no-brainer. When they don't have to worry about their teeth being sensitive, they can just live their life normally.
I saw a cartoon. You don't even want to. You think that mental images the slogan brings up are bad? You ought to see the cartoon I saw once. Somebody saw one of these stupid little teenage girls on in college, standing there taking a selfie of herself holding a sign that says because I need feminism because my vagina has a voice. Now you remember what the face of the alien on the Predator looked like? Guy drew a cartoon that says, "This one must needs devour souls." Yeah, but we live in a world where it's just so far off the rails. The world is just so far off the rails that you can't help but think of awful things. I keep harping on this, but man, we live in a day and age where they're making gay pride food. And nobody in the process of making this product said, maybe this just unfortunate implications. Maybe we should think this whole thing. No, nobody, because they're too busy being politically correct and too busy pandering to perverts. It's already happened, by the way. The pedophiles are coming out and demanding equal treatment, quote unquote. They're already out. They were already out there years ago. They're pushing for it. But now that gay marriage is through, another landmark for sexual deviants, perverts, and child molesters. And they're pressing the advantage while they got it. Screwed up world. It's a lost world. God have pity on us. We haven't even gotten as bad as it has been in the past. That's the thing of it. I mean, imagine what ancient Greece or Rome was like. We haven't got a candle on those people yet. Thank God. So there's still a glimmering hope that we can turn things around, at least for the immediate future, if we, But, yeah, there you go. There you go. I can't believe somebody is criticizing me, criticizing somebody who writes and draws humor, parody, for offending feminists. Like, who the heck are you and what the heck are you doing in my forums? Just what flying saucer did you come in on? Mocking people doesn't work. Is that why they get so upset when you do it? They're throwing an awful fit for something that doesn't matter. You make fun of a Muslim and they go ballistic. Because they darn well know what it does. It diminishes their influence. Seriously, what the heck? I don't know, I guess I triggered them. Yeah. My objective is to make people uncomfortable. If it makes you mad, good. If it makes you furious, good. Means I got your attention. Means I hit a sensitive spot. No, you don't want to make them mad. No. You don't want to make them mad. I'm in a mood here. I'm really ashamed of this guy. I am. I expect better of my readers than that. I expect them to have given up the nursery school thinking that dominates most liberals day in and day out. Well, have you heard about the latest thing that the liberals that they're doing on college campuses? They're making safe rooms. They're basically nursery school rooms with, even with crayons and coloring books and stuffed toys and crap for distraught students to go someplace where they can feel safe when they get their feelings hurt. I just want to woof a cookie here. I've never seen the movie Demolition Man. Remember when Demolition Man was supposed to be a parody and it wasn't supposed to be current events? I know enough of the plot to know what it's about, and I know enough about, bits and pieces from it. Remember when Demolition Man was a parody of a dystopic future, and it, rather than being a close approximation of current events? I really am embarrassed for this, because, it's not often you get to watch somebody's testicles fall off in real time. Oh, I can't believe you said that! You said that about one of your... Clank, clank. There they were, right there on the floor. Leave Brittany alone! You're making fun of people. That makes you a horrible person. Maybe I'm making fun of horrible people. World War II. World War II. Spike Jones and his City Slickers. They came out with a song called Der Führer's Face. In the Führer ist, wie is der Master ist, and wie heilt, right in the Führer's face. According to what they say, Hitler heard it and he got so mad, he put a hit list out on. He put a price on Spike Jones' head. Just wicked, nasty, spiteful people have no sense of humor about themselves. Now it's possible to be on the right side of things and have a poor sense of humor. But damn. Wicked people view themselves as being, the anointed holy ones, and they can't stand. They're their own deity. I don't find that funny. This is the mistake that most conservatives make when the opposition gets nasty and mean. They get all pious and stuff. Oh well, we don't want to lower we don't want to lower our tone to their level. They look like a stuffed up prig. If they're gonna be jackasses, treat them like let the jackass bray. Then turn around and point at them and mock them with maximum cruelty. If they're going to, evil should be a laughingstock. Foolishness should be a laughingstock. The reason that so many people fall for these hucksters and shysters and flim-flam sellers is that everybody's too serious and stuffed up their own rear ends to mock them and laugh at them. Oh my goodness, they're taking this guy awfully serious. So I said, one of the ways to defeat the devil is to mock him and his efforts. One of I forget exactly how I was saying that one of the only thing the only thing that the devil hates as much as devout prayer is the sound of laughter. I mean, these women are going around saying things like, my vagina has a voice. And they are so gullible that they actually fell for the 4chan is having a field day with these social justice warriors. 4chan started this gag. They started a hashtag, piss yourself for freedom, where women were supposed to pee their pants and photograph it to show their solidarity with women everywhere for being, the reasons vary, to complain about, not everything from women who wet themselves in fear from being raped to women who could not get to the bathroom because there weren't enough bathrooms for women. It's just stupid stuff, But the hashtag was piss yourself for freedom, and hundreds, dozens, women all over the country peeing their pants and photographing themselves, posting it on Facebook and Tumblr to show their solidarity with the sisterhood. Tell me, in what parallel dimension is that something that should not be mocked? Holy mackerel. Yeah, there's supposed to be I heard about that movie from the 70s where a woman's vagina has a voice. Good, chatterbox. Just one of those awful movies. They had another movie I saw somewhere, one of those direct-to-video where a guy's dick had a voice. And just gross. Both of them. Just, no. No, no, no. No. I just want to, I obviously hit some sort of sensitive button with this guy. You can't be making fun of them for that. That's just my vagina voice. What the hell? It's just what? It's obviously I've triggered one of his issues. Oh, but just what the hell? And it's just as obvious with that other story I wrote. As like I said, yes, it matters. I obviously all the stupid things people are saying. Oh, she's out of character and you're soapboxing and what it boils down to is that I hit the nail on the head. They don't like it. Look, back in World War II, the Asian community, the Japanese community, Japanese American community, the American government had known for a couple of years, thanks to Operation Magic. That was the code name. They had broken the cipher that the Japanese embassy used for their communiques, and they knew that the Japanese government had infiltrated at least 1/5 of the Japanese American population on the West Coast. I mean, they had spies, they, like the Germans, they believed, the Japanese had a policy of total espionage, which means they would have spies at every level of the society, not just in the government or the military. They had them everywhere to keep a finger on the pulse, And when war broke out, America had a choice. They could round up all the spies and leave the uninvolved Japanese people out there swinging in the breeze. I mean, you can you imagine? The government comes up, rounds up 1/5 of the Japanese American citizens on suspicions of. They would have just had to work down the list they had gotten off the Japanese government, and leaving the other 4/5 out there with a frightened, angry American populace. Can you imagine what would have happened? Not to mention that it would have revealed that they had broken the Japanese cipher, which would have damaged further intelligence operations during the war. So they came up with an alternative solution, which was the internment camps. They picked out several areas on the West Coast and evacuated all the Japanese from those areas. It wasn't it wasn't across the country. It was in specific, strategically important areas. It pulled the Japanese people out of the way and shut down nearly all of the Japanese spy network. And ever since then, despite the fact that this information came out over a decade ago, there are still people who are spitting on America for doing what was necessary to protect the American people and the American way of life from a deadly enemy. In the 50s and 60s, the American government was infiltrated by Soviet spies. McCarthy came out and announced it and said, yes, this is the situation. We have been infiltrated. We need to root these people out. And the same bleeding hearts came out and obstructed his efforts. And it only came out in the 1980s when the Berlin Wall fell. We got access to KGB records. Surprise, surprise. Everybody that McCarthy fingered was a spy for the Soviet Union. Now, we are being infiltrated now by Muslims. We're being swamped by them. We have Islamic people up in highest ranks of American governance. And I'm not just talking about Obama. He's got them on staff, too. They're up through the military. They are scattered all over the country. And they are being literally shipped in by the boatload every day. And anybody who says we have to do something about this, these people have sworn upon their holy books and before their God to destroy us. Anybody that says that gets excoriated by these same bleeding hearts. Again and again and again, generation after generation after generation, our country is, again and again it happens. Our country gets threatened, infiltrated by a force that threatens to destroy it. The sane, the rational, and the moral move to try and stop this force from achieving its objectives. And the progressives, the liberals, the left-leaning, and the gullible do nothing but obstruct the efforts to protect this country and libel and slander those who are trying to do it. Here's another one for you. The illegal immigrant crisis. These people are not poor little suffering people looking for a better way of life. They are illegal aliens. Somebody wants sanctuary, they can go to our country and ask for it. If they want, you should not have to be told that somebody who breaks in your climbs in over your back fence and breaks in your back door is up to no good. These people come in here, they are breaking the laws of our country. They've illustrated they do not want to be a part of our country. They do not want to share our values, because the first thing they do is break the law to get into this country. And then they continue to break the law. They break the tax laws, they break the employment laws, they break the traffic laws, they break the voting laws, they break law after law after law after law just by being here and continuing to be here and working here off the paper, off the record. Isn't it interesting how the Democrats are fighting so hard to make sure that their virtual slave labor is still available? Hey, free votes and somebody mow the lawn for them. Everything a Democrat could want out of a minority. Anybody, if you said anything in support of the internment camps during World War II, you're a racist and a bigot and a fascist. If you said anything, if you were an oppressor and a fascist. If you said anything in support of McCarthy's efforts to root out the communist infiltrators in our government and in our societies, you were called hate monger and a fascist. If you spoke up in any form, if you speak up in any way in support of stopping the flood of illegal immigrants bringing crime and violence and death over the border, you're accused of being a racist, a bigot, and hate monger. If you say anything criticizing Islam, you're a racist, a bigot, and a hate monger. Same song. Over and over and over again. Just a different stanza every decade. The only thing that has protected these idiots from the consequences of their own actions is that the war has not ever come to their neighborhood. America had a wake-up call on September 11th, but more than half of the country rolled right back over and hit the snooze alarm. We're a party nation, and we don't want to believe the party's over. Everybody makes fun of those survivalists on on that TV show. The people that build the doomsday preppers. Those are the only looking at all the signs. I have to say those are the only people who are behaving rationally, or even close to rationally. If you're making preps, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell anyone. Rule number 1: never tell anyone what preparations you've made. I've probably broken that rule enough as it is myself. Never tell anyone. Don't tell them what you've stocked up. Don't tell them where you've stored it. All those people in that Doomsday Prepper show, I guarantee you they're on a government list somewhere. The old story about the ant and the grasshopper. Winter's going to come along, and the grasshopper's going to have a SWAT team and a list of houses to break into. I'm hoping that at least many of the preppers that were on that show, the smarter ones, have preparations they made that they did not tell the show makers about. A couple of them implied as much. But most of them, I think they just basically hung a sign out the front door that said, "Come and get it." There was one family, up to a point, they're in New England, and I had to admire, they're very impressive. It was very impressive. They basically turned, this one couple and their family basically turned their family home into and their lot of land into a small self-sufficient farm. I mean, they had goats and chickens, and they had growing vegetables everywhere, and they made a point of learning old-fashioned crafts. They were spinning cloth, thread and cloth with a spinning wheel and with a loom and everything else, and making their own candles and storing up their own honey and all sorts of things. And I was so impressed up until they asked them, what kind of defenses do you have? And these people said, oh, we don't have any guns or anything like that. We don't believe in guns. And apparently this flabbergasted even the people, these Hollywood types that were making the show. They said, what are you going to do if somebody comes marching up to the front door and kicks it in? I said, oh, we have enough that nobody will ever need to do anything like that. And the oldest son was like, oh, if they show up with, we'll have out a feast for them, and we'll sit them down, and we'll show them that there's a better way to do things. Okay, you're dead in the first 10 minutes of the movie, kid. D-E-A-D, dead. You're the first one the cannibals eat. And I'm like, these people are not survivalists, they're wishful thinkers. All the work that they have put into that place, congratulations. If any of you are left alive, you're going to be working as slaves for whoever shows up with the first set of guns. They almost get it. But then when it comes down to the critical point where they have to think beyond.
A lot of my patients tell me, well, I just have sensitive teeth. That's always the way it's been. It's not a big deal. I just...
They can't get beyond that mushy mushy-minded thinking that has been ground into them, but by our intellectual betters. This is the reason the government's been. This is the reason they've been taught this way. This is the reason that to make it easier for the government to round up and confiscate everything. It's so much easier if you've brainwashed them before the problems start, because then the government can just send out SWAT teams and all these people will just Pavlovian response will bow down and take it. They'll prostrate themselves before the authority figure. They are presented with, and hand over everything that they have tried to prepare for. Everything they have saved to try and prepare for a time of trouble. This is a strange way to think of it. And this is a few years back. Incredible Hulk comic book. Rick Jones, the guy that hung out with the Hulk all the time. He had grown up. He got married, and his wife got killed by some supervillain. And in desperation, Rick Jones, he starts going around talking to other Marvel heroes. He says, trying to ask them for help. He wants to bring his wife back. And he gets the usual guff, this is against the natural. At one point, he's talking to like the Hulk and Captain America and Doctor Strange, and he says, "Hold on here. How many people here have come back from the dead in this little circle here? See, you've come back from the dead, haven't you, Hulk? Yeah. And how about you, Captain America? Oh, well, yeah, that did happen once. And how about you, Doctor Strange? And guess what? I'm one too. Okay, 4 out of 4 people interviewed have come back from the dead. So why can't you help my wife? And anyway, he finally gets, he goes to the extreme, gets the mastermind, that Incredible Hulk villain with the giant Jiffy Pop head. And they pull out this cosmic wangdoodle and hook his wife up and bring her back. But the thing of it is she's almost catatonic. She's been dragged back from the great beyond, and she's almost autistic. Barely responds. Has to be fed and everything else, and he cares. And Rick Jones, he takes care of her, and just trying to reach her, talking to her constantly, holding her hands, just talking with her and help. And the police come for it. Turns out that she has estranged family. And her family basically wants to come in and take her away. And the Hulk steps up to make sure they don't make sure they don't. The cops come in and, hello, it's the Hulk. And they turn around and leave. But at one point, Rick Jones is saying he's doing a hand exercise with Marlo, and trying to get her to respond, And his friends are standing there, and what are you doing? These are the cops. These aren't the Skrull or the Kree or some demon from other dimension. These are the cops. This is serious. Perspective, And there are people in our culture. This is how we have been indoctrinated. Think about it. We have spent, every last one of us has spent, on average, 12 years, 12 to 16 years. If you got 12 to 16 if you got college, 4-year college, but 12 years of grade school being indoctrinated to be obedient to whatever authority figure we are presented. People who would pick up a baseball bat to fight off an alien invasion, or the zombie horde coming. Oh man, they'd be out there with a machete in one hand and a shotgun in the other. Nazi army coming over the hilltop. Commies coming. Oh hey, they fight. But if somebody with a badge from our own government came out and started shouting orders, it would be, yes sir, no sir, anything you say sir, how high do you want me to jumpin', sir? And we wouldn't think a thing of it, and we would have this visceral horror at the idea of disobeying a police officer or somebody from our own government. This is the government, this is serious. The purpose of the free government-run federal school system the purpose of the Prussian school system was to condition the ability to rebel out of us. And that's not an exaggeration. That's not a hysterical tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. That is what it was designed for. That was what the people who designed it said it was for, openly. To make sure that the peasant classes were obedient to their rulers. You have not, if you work in a public school, you've not been teaching American citizens. You've been teaching Prussian peasants. Every aspect of it, not from the way the classes are broken up to how you're shuffled from class to class by bells, to the arbitrariness of it, to even how dismal and utilitarian the buildings are, was designed, orchestrated, with the idea of expunging the ability to be rebellious, to be truly rebellious, not just to be a trouble-causing little brat. They don't care if you screw your brains out or pickle your brains in drugs. Bread and circuses, man. They don't care if you're out there behaving like a yard ape out in the streets. They don't care if you behave like an animal. An animal can be put in a zoo. An animal can be put on a leash and put in a harness. They'll put you on welfare and give you all the free stuff, all the free government cheese you want. Because anything that depends on them for food, they can control. How much more can they control people that depend on them to think? The capacity for rebellion has been bred out of us. We can chimp out in the streets all we want. There's a long, long difference between just aimless rioting and troublemaking and actual revolution, and they know it. Hey, you start a ruckus in the streets. You start a riot in the streets. All they have, they'll just load up a few troops and quellish it, and they will use that as an excuse to take even more of your rights away. They're not worried about riots. They're terrified of a revolution. And revolutions don't necessarily have to involve brute force and violence. they're not scared of mobs. They're not worried about mobs. They're not worried about riots. They're not worried about. They're sure as heck not worried about protests. Nobody cares what protesters say. Nobody in power, anyway. And riots are just an excuse for them to crack down even harder. Oh, they have to keep the curfew. They have to confiscate our guns. They have to turn off the radio. They have to, do whatever's necessary to quell the riots. A revolution, on the other hand, that's a whole different ball of wax. Revolutions have causes. Revolutions, real revolutions, not just French tantrum flings. A real constitutional revolution. They have a goal. They have a declaration. They have an organization. They have a plan. They have an objective. And they aren't going to be caught out in the street taking a dump on a squad car. I'll be back in a sec. I gotta take care of something here real quick. And I'm back. Weather's been awfully warm in the middle of the day lately. Real warm. Up in the 70s up here. So, well, that's pretty warm up here, especially when you've got a trailer that doesn't have proper air conditioning. Naturally, I pulled the air conditioner out of the window about a week ago because it was finally dipping weather. And so the weather warms up again. Give me some feedback. Give me some love. Give me some topic. Give me something you'd like to talk about. Something other than the stuff I have been talking about all day long. Reach down and get the gumdrop. I love chewy fruit candies. Probably not getting enough real fruit in my diet. Being busy is good. As long as they're paying you, busy is good. this drawing here. Just touch here, touch there, touch there, touch. Adam Hughes's modern. I don't know Keyhind Wiley or Adam Hughes or. Modern, updated, old style painting stilling to Keyhind Wiley's work. I don't know. I'm going to have to look up Keyhind Wiley. What am I looking at here? It's a bunch of, well, it's a bunch of portrait paintings on very ornate backgrounds. What is this? By Keyhind Wiley? Let me switch over so you can see what I'm looking at here. This is apparently Keyhind Wiley. For himself by painting pictures with just painting ordinary pictures, otherwise ordinary pictures with fancy paisley patterns on them. Okay, if these are paintings, if these are actual paintings, I'll give him props for his technical skills in painting these portraits. But the paisley thing, I just don't know what the heck that's all about. It's obviously attention-getting because he's apparently... It's a gimmick. It's a gimmick. Can't really say it's all that appealing or attractive. It doesn't really seem like. Either one, either the patterns or the portraits, either one would be quality art. But putting them together, it looks really tacky. It does. Yeah, I know. I sort of got the idea. I saw a couple of comparison pictures here, an old painting and a new. You know, whoop-de friggin' do. There's only so many ways you can pose people anyway, but it just looks tacky. Okay, this I finally figured out what black velveteen art. Elvis paintings on black velveteen art. You know, black velveteen. You remember those? Velvet Elvis. That same level of quiche. Cheesy art. There you go. This is not. It's cheesy. It's Velvet Elvis stuff. That's this it's clever, but it's not very visually attractive, and it's a gimmick. Now, Adam Hughes, he's a comic book artist and controversial. Yeah, because of things like this painting of I've forgotten her name. Mary Jane supposedly washing Peter Parker's Spider-Man outfit. Nobody can make up their minds what set off the feminists more about this one. The suggestive pose, the too small clothing, or the fact that she's shown being a happy little domestic housewife type, washing her husband's clothes. Just the synergy of all three, I suppose. Master of Anatomy. Apparently that's another way of saying king of boobies. Boobies! Yay! Whoa, some of those were PG-13 there. Sorry. I'm trying to think of the name of some of the artists that I like. There are several out there that I do. I'm more of I see a picture. Oh, I like this picture, and it's very rare that I'll think of a particular artist's name. I'm a fan of von Schlangenforken. No, I'll occasionally come across a picture. It strikes my fancy. Can't remember the names of the artists, though. Very vague. I really. I'm a big fan of the Wildstar, of the artists of Wildstar, but that's me. I'm chewing a Tootsie Roll in case you're wondering. I wish I could remember the names of the paintings that I saw that memory like a sieve. Oh well. What was it? Let me go searching here. Most of the artists that I like probably will never be known anywhere outside of a little narrow circle in a fan art community. Which is kind of sad. What will happen to us when Christ finally brings us home? What will happen to our arts and our poetry and our music and our songs and our strivings to make great creations? Will they be remembered? Will they be honored? Will they be preserved? Or will they be forgotten like a child's crayon drawings? This guy's, the name here is Huussii, but here, let me switch over here so you can see. Does anything that we create in this life last? Does it survive? Does it matter? Well, you can see some of the desktops and stuff I've saved. Absolutely marvelous stuff here. Look at this. See, it's just most of them won't even be remembered. Let's go browsing DeviantArt, man. That alone's an experience and a half. let that be for now. Well, Rumdog, I'm not sure about that. Because God already has entire hosts of angels and other beings whose entire job is to stand around praising and adoring Him. God isn't going to make a new heaven and a new earth just for us to sit on our duffs waving palm fronds. We are made in His likeness. And one of the things that we have is the urge to create. Adam and Eve, they didn't spend their whole days just adoring on God. They had a garden to tend to. But whether what we do here is lasting, or whether it's just a childlike foreshadowing of what we will be doing in the hereafter. Yes, we'll have Him to commune with, but we are also made to commune with each other. And if Genesis is any indicator, to commune with the other creatures that God created. No, it definitely didn't tend itself. He told them this was their job to take care of the garden. You're sitting here listening to me chew on a Tootsie Roll. Okay. Let's see here. Very easily distracted these days, I suppose. Let's see. Tried to make some chili earlier. I don't know. I think the hamburger wasn't quite done, or it tasted so bland and too watery too. Didn't drain something enough. I added a whole can of soup. That had too much. But let's just say I ate a amount of that chili, and my digestive tract decided to punish me for my impudence. I barely made it back to the computer in time for tonight's broadcast. Let's put it that way. Let's see. Usually I don't put so much. I don't put a whole. I got that from my parents. They'd put a whole can of soup in there, and normally I just put a little bit of just very little. I put like some ketchup, a little sriracha sauce, and just enough to moisten it. I cook the hamburger in the. My usual way is I cook the hamburger in the microwave. I thoroughly cook it for one thing, and then I add the beans, some ketchup, some sriracha sauce, maybe a few spices. If I to round out the flavor, and then I heat it again. I cook the meat, then I drain it obviously, and then I add that, and then cook it again in the microwave. It usually turns out pretty well. This time, I guess I didn't cook it long enough. I didn't cook the hamburger long enough, or it didn't, and I didn't add enough spice or something, because it just tasted flat, bland, even with the sriracha in it. And that's impressive. I make chili when I'm not when I'm feeling too lazy to make spaghetti. Now, here's an interesting twist. I've been reading fan fiction. I am going to save and or destroy Equestria. And this is an interesting twist in the latest chapter. I'll let you read it. I won't spoiler it, but this guy's doing a flashback over his life before he came to Equestria, and let's just say that the vengeance he takes is brilliant. real life kind of brilliant. You know, you're asking, was it Darth Vulcan brilliant or just plain brilliant? I'm like, real life brilliant. And there are a couple commenters saying that basically, okay, this is a bit of a spoiler. These are spoilers. The protagonist in this story, he has a really crappy background story. It turns out that, first of all, his biological parents rejected him. They already had a child. They were a rich couple. They already had a child, and they paid another couple to carry him to term, to have, surrogate parenting. They were going to use him as an organ farm, basically, to keep their other child alive. Having this second, they had this other, they had this poor couple have their kids so that they would have somebody to donate kidsies and stuff. But unfortunately, the protagonist was not a viable donor. So, the wealthy couple basically screwed them over. Refused to acknowledge the kid, welshed on everything, and hit, it basically charged the surrogate parents. They reversed the charges, basically, put all the medical expenses on them. Millions of dollars worth of stuff. And basically it drove them to an early grave because there was no way they could pay it. And the kid, the protagonist ended up in an orphanage. And then he turns 16. And his biological parents' lawyer shows up. And this lawyer informs him that his biological parents, basically the debt did not go away. He had been in an orphanage for 10 years. And that debt was going to revert to him the moment he turned 18. And they were going to see millions and millions, and been accumulating interest the entire time. This same debt that literally drove his parents into his surrogate parents into an early grave and left him in an orphanage. And they were going to sue him for it if he didn't. He was going to be making payments on it from the day he turned 18 until the day he died, basically. So he asked the lawyer for copies of everything, all the legal forms and everything. He carefully made copy. He scanned it into his computer, blotted out all his own personal information, and stuck it up online in a particular online forum. And he's supposed to be narrating this to his chronicler. And he tells him, that you don't have the internet. You have to understand some rules of the internet. They're starting with Rule 3. Rule 3, we are anonymous. Rule 4, anonymous is legion. Rule 5, anonymous never forgives. Rule 6, anonymous can be a horrible, senseless, uncaring monster. Rule 7, anonymous is still able to deliver. Hackers tore his biological parents' multi-million-dollar fortune to shreds. The post went viral to boot. His biological parents were ruined. The lawyer that made all this possible was ruined. His parents became the news. They became the new bar standard of evil, right next to Hitler in popular culture. And then he sent them an anonymous tape with his voice disguised, informing them that this was only the beginning. That from now on their lives were a hellhole. Their lives were in a toilet, and he was going to make sure that the entire world went by and would stop by and take a dump in it. It was all of it was just him talking crap. He exhausted his arsenal. That was all he had left, but it was enough. And he hoped he would prod them into. He basically sent them that tape just to make them that much more miserable. But he didn't realize how effective it would be. That recording was found in his father's left hand and a pistol in his right. The same pistol he'd used to kill his biological mother before killing himself. The suicide note indicated it wasn't a murder-suicide, but an assisted suicide. And to top it all off, they'd had another child. And so his biological sister, a 6-year-old orphan, arrived at the orphanage he lived at. After seeing something, after finding her parents' dead bodies, a sight that he admitted he was the architect of. He says, in the end, they had robbed me of my victory without even knowing it. The satisfaction I'd felt in ruining their lives turned to ashes on my tongue when I saw that little girl crying her eyes out because her parents were gone. Bitterness. The irony is if he hadn't sent that message, the thing of it is that he didn't do anything except reveal what they did. That message, that private message, if he hadn't sent that private message, he probably, he wouldn't have had any reason to feel any guilt. But that one spiteful act, that one last twist of the knife, contrived, Remdog? Google it. There are people out there that have done that and worse. half of the true news stories out there about the unspeakable evil things that people have done to each other sound contrived. Too unbelievable to be true.
When the truth is sensitive, it should be treated. It's a call for help. It's telling you that you need to treat that. And if you don't, then more harm can come to the tooth. I would recommend Sensodyne's new complete protection. Not only can you treat the hypersensitivity, it'll also help all the supporting structures around there. It brings everything together that we want out of a toothpaste. I think patients will absolutely want to keep using it day after day after day. Sensodyne complete protection to me is the complete picture. So why would I recommend anything else?
And yes, you've heard several stories of anonymous doing things like this. Just fomenting basically mob justice against people who have managed to elude justice in any form. I've seen footage of people doing unspeakable things. Just a couple of weeks ago, just footage. Somebody's looking down out of a window. Some guy was down on the street with a puppy. And he picked the puppy up. He was standing next to a bicycle rack, and the view was out of a window from looking down on this. and he stepped up to the bike. He took the puppy and he swung it in an overhand arc. It was a lot of puppy, and brought it down back first on over the rail of the bicycle rack, and it fell to the ground. It was still alive, and it was screaming in pain. And he stepped around the guardrail, and I couldn't watch to see what happened next, because it was just too much. And he wasn't laughing, he wasn't jeering, he wasn't angry, he just did it. As casually as you or I would squash a bug.
K200 series brewer, big on features, small on size. The single serve make all your favorites exactly how you like it machine. Keurig Hot, your favorites.
Unspeakable cruelty. And I just don't understand people who can know about these things, who can know what, just the meanness of it, I always thought about this. I figured this out years ago. Everybody makes the joke about that you watch a movie and people are getting shot up or stabbed or everything else left and right all over the place. Then somebody shoots the dog, and people in the audience, oh, and it's and everybody points out, oh, this is the proof of the hypocrisy of people. And I'm like, and I've thought about that for a long time, and I came to this conclusion. The reason we do that is because deep down we know something. We know that the animal, the dog that the guy kills, the dog, the cat, the whatever innocent animal is on it, is innocent. And deep down, we were meant to be stewards of the earth. We were meant to be keepers and caretakers of this world, of the Garden of Eden, and all the creatures therein, and all the animals and the plants and the creature and this world. We were the caretakers. We were custodians of it, and it is in our nature. I think it is in our nature to be nurturing towards the lesser creatures. We were designed to be that way. To have compassion on the animals of the world, and deep down we know we're fallen creatures, and we know that when two men strive together, often both of them are villains up to no good. We know that men sow and reap what they do. We know that men go to war and men fight among themselves. But when a villain turns and kills an innocent animal, it's the next worst thing to killing a child. The only thing worse is killing a child. But when we see them kill a dog or a cat, just the meanness of it. and that, and whatever the movie is about, that poor animal doesn't know what the hell's going on. That poor animal has no say in anything. The poor, you know, we pity, pity the poor dog because it's a helpless victim in the situation. And deep down we know it. And it hits us on a disturbing level. But it's videos like that. It just proves that humanity. Everybody says the villain. The villain is so cartoonish and ridiculously over the top. My God, people, do you not watch the news? We've got people out there, right out of a comic book villain's textbook. They're out there drowning people in cages and beheading them and setting them on fire. Just insane levels of villainy. That's the thing of it. People forget that all these these outrageous, horrible, over-the-top things that movie and cartoon villains do. A human being thought those up. A real human being thought those things up. And if somebody else, if one person thinks something up, somebody else can be depraved enough to do it. You want to see man's inhumanity. Just read Fox's Book of Martyrs, or some of the stories from. My God, everybody talking about nobody could be that venal and petty and cruel. Commentators in this story I'm talking about, nobody could be that ridiculously evil. Nobody could be so ridiculously evil as to orphan, so evil as to sire a child to use as an organ donor, then dump them in just abandon them because they weren't compatible, and then sue them for the money that was involved in in all the hospital bills and everything. I'm like, I guarantee you, if you looked around, I bet you if you looked around on the internet, you'd find a case like that. Can you imagine what a skis bag a lawyer has to be to... You hear all these cases of people who were committing violent crimes and then sued their victims because they got injured in the process of committing this crime. Can you imagine what an absolute slime bag you'd have to be the lawyer for those people? I love these people. I don't understand why everybody hates on lawyers. So how is the weather on Pluto? Welcome to planet Earth. You must be new here. There is a man who is literally. There was a guy in the news. He proved he had a blood test. He had a DNA test done, and he proved that he was not the father of the child. But the court ruled that he had to pay support anyway. And he nearly starved to death. They were talking about he spent 16 years paying for that little bastard. Or rather, paying money to his hoe bag, that poor kid's hoe bag of a mother. He said there were days he went without, no electricity, no heat. Yeah, this woman knew he wasn't the father. My father had to minister to people in one church he worked at. There was one couple of kids. Their mom was a worthless sack of shit. She was just a skank and a junkie. And she got knocked up. She had these kids. She dumped them on her parents and ran off. Gave them custody. And anytime she wanted money, she would show up and threaten to take custody away from the kid. She threatened to take custody away from the guy, and they'd give her money to make her go away. Every few months, every few years, come back and do it again. There are people out there. My God, there are people out there. Just this is what I've always said. It's what I keep saying is, it's so venal and petty. All evil is venal and petty. It's small. It's mean. It's sniveling. It's just. There's no blasphemous splendor in being an evil person. This is something that Darth Vulcan is going to learn. This is he's going to finally realize, and it's just going to about destroy him when he realizes what he has become. And it's interesting. Most people aren't going to see it. They think he's Draco in leather pants right now. Most of them do. And there's going to come up a chapter eventually where we take one real big step back, and he realizes he's going to realize just how wretched he has become. Excuse me. Beans, beans, and musical fruit. I think that's going to be one of the terrible days in heaven. When we stand in front of God's throne and we realize what we could have done, what we might have been, what we didn't do. I've read that there are historical analysts who believe that if we had not gotten involved in World War I, there wouldn't have been a World War II. Basically, what it boils down to is that these people think that our intervention ended the war too early. If we had not intervened, the Great War would have ended the way most European wars did, after all sides in question had exhausted their resources. They would retreat behind their lines. A few lines on the map would be redrawn, and everybody would retreat back to their own countries to lick their wounds and recuperate. And in particular, Germany would have been pummeled so badly that it would not have been in any position to gear up for a new war 20 years down the road. Most of Germany's grievances was that if America had stayed out, everybody would have worn themselves out, used up the resources, but by stepping in, first of all, we left. It ended too soon. Things were left undecided, and the Allies, in particular, were still so full of spit and vinegar they had the audacity to try and blame the entire war on Germany and level all sorts of punitive damages against it. It was that war debt that led to the later German collapse of their economy, the collapse of the German economy, as they tried to print their way out of debt, with the predictable results. If they had been merely left to their own devices and America had stayed out of it, nobody would have been of a mind or in a position to be scapegoating one nation above any others. The various factions in Europe would have been exhausted, and the conditions that led to World War II would not have come to fruition. It's all what ifs, but it's a very but what I've read of it is a very persuasive argument. They ask a question, what if the South had won the Civil War? What if we hadn't gone, or better yet, what if we hadn't gone to war and just simply let them secede? There's all sorts of speculations about that. The more you think about it, everybody, Abraham Lincoln is hailed as a saint, essentially, in our history books. and by huge swaths of our culture, especially the African American culture, if they knew more about that man and his actual beliefs, they would not be so enamored of him. And it comes I heard it phrased one way that radically changed my thinking about it. I'd already knew that we didn't go to war. The Civil War didn't start over slavery, and that we only went to war after the South seceded. But then I read an article. The author pointed out, they didn't send guns down to free the slaves. They sent the army down to kill people for daring to leave the United States. For daring to try and leave the United States government. For trying to leave the Union. And this act of violence against fellow Americans was what inspired at least 2 of the states that joined the Confederacy to secede. They had been undecided. They didn't, but then Lincoln sent American troops to kill people for trying to leave the Union. And they said, my God, what is the man's mad? I love these dum-dums, these so-called historians, and these constitutionalists go, there is no constitutional right to secede from the Union. I'm like, what? The reason we have a constitution is because our founding forefathers decided that, yes, we had a right to secede from a government that was no longer meeting our needs. If that held true for the British Empire, it held true for the American Empire too. I don't know what kind of crack some of these so-called historians are smoking. I used to be proud of the fact, we went to war to end slavery, and then I had it pointed out to me. Yeah, but there were dozens of countries that have ended slavery, and they didn't have to kill people to do it. Yeah, the Civil War brought about the end of slavery, but that was not its objective. And it was only a coincidence. Praising Lincoln for the end of slavery is like... I can't think of a really good analogy. It's like praising a man who runs rampant with a bulldozer for clearing some of the rubble out of one of the back alleys when he rampages through an occupied building. Civil War was unnecessary and it was wrong. Was slavery wrong? Yes. And if if the Union had respected the rights of the South to secede from the Union, then slavery would have eventually ended peacefully and in due time. Gradually. Instead, millions died. The entire country was torn to pieces. And the entire slave population was basically dumped out on the street without any way to fend for itself. You read in the history books how freed slaves from the South just migrated to Washington because they were under the impression that now the great emancipator was going to take care of them all. The man was not a great president. He was not even a good president. He was not even a good man. He did everything in his power to aggravate the situation. He refused to speak to delegates from the South when they came representing the Confederacy, trying to establish a peaceful relationship. He used every pretense to move Northern troops in ways that would agitate the South. He did everything he could. He arrested. He used the power of the government to shut down newspapers that criticized him and his administration. Can you imagine what would have happened if Bush had tried that during his administration? They'd be torching the White House right now. He arrested people. He had several thousand people thrown in prison for speaking out against the Civil War. He was a tyrant. He violated the Constitution left and right. All to preserve a union that didn't want to remain united. What motivated him? I have no idea. Was he that deluded? Did he really sincerely believe that union über all? That maintaining a union of the United States was more important than maintaining the principles of the Constitution that founded it? His Gettysburg Address, government of, by, and for the people. When he was running a government that none of those three applied. The government was of, by, and for Lincoln. day the South lost the war is the day that American citizens stopped being citizens and started being subjects. How does them corn chips in your ears? I'm sorry. It's just sometimes this late at night, it just really starts to get depressing. You start thinking about all the things that went wrong. Whether you're talking about 100 years ago or yesterday. And it starts getting to you. At least that's how it works for me.
wax bug repellent. It's gross and disgusting, but boy, does it work. season your substandard chili twice. Yeah. stuff, I find it theologically unsettling. What I mean by that is that for most of my life, I was taught this is, you know, a profound, great Christian thinker. But I've read his work and come to find out the man did not believe in eternal security. And he also believed that salvation involved works in some fashion. He was very fuzzy on that himself. And neither of those is scriptural or doctrinal. And his views may have changed in the time since he wrote those books that I read. It's I have great admiration for the man. And I read his entire series of books, Chronicles of Narnia. It's hard to know what to make of him in light of how his theological beliefs changed over time, from book to book sometimes. Seem to understand that most basic doctrines of salvation. It causes me to question a lot of his other theology and philosophers. It's hard to accept that the man may have been very religious and he may not have been an actual born-again Christian. Yeah, where do I get off saying that? He stated in that his theology, even as he was writing, his theological outlook changed dramatically. But in many of the books I read, he believed that he stated that works were necessary for salvation.
that he believed the works were necessary for salvation, though he was, he was vague on that point. And he also stated that salvation was not eternally secure. And neither doctrine is biblical. The Bible is very clear. It's grace. By grace are ye saved through faith, and that not of ourselves. It's a gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. It's described repeatedly as a gift, as something we cannot earn. We cannot be righteous enough to deserve it. We can't. And if as one Bible scholar put it, if you could lose your salvation, you would. Because if we're not good enough to earn salvation, we're certainly not good enough to keep it by our own efforts. Jesus keeps us; we don't keep him. What good is a salvation that you have to work in order to keep anyway? Christ might as well have not died on the cross if it ends up depending on how faithful and diligent and how hard we work. The Bible repeatedly says all our righteousness is as filthy rags. If it's that nasty, it's certainly not quality enough to redeem our soul. It's Jesus that redeems us, not our works, not our deeds, not our devoutness. He also said he would never leave us nor forsake us. No one would take us out of his hand, and he would in no wise cast us out. That pretty much covers every possible angle. Those three passages. Turn to Jesus and live. Repentance, that's all repentance means, turning to Jesus, accepting that our way does not work. We cannot save ourselves, and our sins condemn us before God. And accepting that Jesus must save us. Jesus Christ plus money, Jesus Christ plus nothing, minus nothing. Everything else is things we do because we are saved, not in order to be saved, not to secure our salvation, but in obedience and thankfulness for our salvation. You know, I just realized that certain things have ruined certain flavors for me. I just ate one of these vanilla flavored Tootsie Rolls. I'm sitting here with the vanilla in my mouth, and I realized that vanilla isn't a flavor to me anymore. It's a potpourri aroma. It's like, meh. Says all the vanilla cookie and vanilla bean, vanilla this air fresheners that they sell around the holidays, and I don't really enjoy. I don't really enjoy the flavor of vanilla anymore. It's because I don't taste it as a flavor. I taste it as it's like aroma. Just like you eat some ice cream. This ice cream tastes like potpourri. But and mint. I used to love mint chocolate chip ice cream. When I was a kid, I loved it. I loved it. But as I got older, the older I got, the more and more it tasted like toothpaste. Till one day I'm sitting there, I got myself a nice big bowl, bowl of mint chocolate chip, and I'm sitting there, I'm eating it, and I realized this tastes exactly like I just brushed my teeth. And I'll still eat, I still like eating those, wafer, those mint chocolate cookies that the Girl Scouts make. But mint chocolate ice cream, I can't. Mint chocolate chip ice cream, it's no. The cookie thing is is close. It's probably because they use peppermint instead of wintergreen. What the heck is this so-called music? Party House Glub Glub. Kung Pao O'Malley. No, that's a name. I've always thought, it's really strange how we design furniture. Think about this. Why do the people who design furniture and the people who design houses, particularly doorways, never seem to talk to each other? I'm sorry, they can't possibly be in communication with each other because, unless you have freight doors on your house, you are going to struggle to get a sofa or love seat or chair in or out your front door. Now, a bed, ironically, you can get in and out easily because it dismantles. It disassembles. The bed springs might be a challenge, but the mattress you can get around the corners, and the bed itself you can dismantle. But any other piece of furniture, God help you, my trailer, I'm still in awe of how I'm still baffled as to how I managed to get this recliner I've got over here in the door. I wouldn't be able to do it now, obviously, even if I was in good shape, because just what the heck. And forget a sofa. Good night. Never get it through the door because there's a skinny little hallway and a skinny little door, and none of it's built for furniture. I'm sorry. I'm of the opinion that all houses should have certain features. Okay, I'm going to save this. It's Friday. I'm going to be doing the coloring of this picture Monday. Coloring and the lettering and everything. Get that done then. But let's talk housing. Okay? Let's see here. Now, first of all, okay, I'm just making sure I've got the camera on. Okay, let's see here. Get out the blue pencil here. Okay, now the mobile home is probably the worst designed, the so-called mobile home, single wide, double wide, doesn't matter, it's terribly designed. Because it's paper thin, the walls are paper thin, the roof is paper thin. There's almost no insulation. You can only get so much insulation into a mobile home. People put tons and tons of insulation under the trailer. But never above it, because you get this flat roof. The roof is flat to start off with, unless you get you get a little bit of an arch, like maybe that much. Okay. In the summer, it's a roasting oven. In the winter, it's an ice box. It costs a fortune to heat. And by the way, if you're feeling really generous, please toss a penny in the hat, because I've got lot rent and electric bills, and either one could spell doom for me. Let's just put it that way. But okay, now it's an ice box in the winter, a roasting oven in the summer. It costs a fortune to keep. It's supposed to be cheap housing, but everything about this thing is designed to be as expensive as possible. Just the maintenance and the electric bills and the heating and everything. Okay, let me just. Okay, it's just basically a big box. Okay, now. Let me shrink this down a little bit. So we have okay. Now the first thing that I would do, I would add a roof, a second roof. Wouldn't even have to be real fancy. Just put a space between just a foot or so. It would act like, it would shade the rest of the house, so it would reduce the effect of the sun. That alone, just most people that have mobile homes, they try and plant them, put them under trees, because a tree, you get some shade there, and that reduces your heating costs, your cooling costs at least, by a metric ton. All right. Okay. First of all, have a roof with an basically just a 1 or 2 foot attic space right there. All right. Then add a fan. It's basically a breezeway. Add a fan here. Add a fan there. Especially in the summer months, this will be important, because you blow air in, it'll blow across the roof and out again, keeping the house cool. Right? There you go. Now, most trailers, they sit up off the ground 2 or 3 feet. Mine is almost 4 feet off the ground. Good grief. So add another fan down here. And another one down here, so that you can circulate air underneath the house as well. Just 4 little electro fans. That would reduce the cost of cooling your house cooling a mobile home in the summer dramatically. All right. All right. Going back here. Now, second thing. Now, like I said, there's several feet off the ground. But instead of, basically there's like an axle underneath without any wheels on it. When they move it, you just attach the wheels and roll it out. But that sounds, and they're under all the stack of cinder blocks at each corner. That's all that's holding this house up. That should not be the way it is. I mean, and they've got tie downs and spikes and stuff that hold, keep it from swaying in the wind, more or less. But that's not how it should be. A mobile home should have built-in legs. Now you've seen these things that like in a 18-wheeler, they got these little things that drop down. They crank them down, and they have got the legs like that. They crank them down and lock them in place, and they can drive the truck out from underneath and leave it standing there. Put those on this thing. Come on. This should be self-evident. At least 4 of those things you can just built right into the trailer, so you can crank them down, lock them in place, you're done. All right. Also, around the bottom, the space, once you've set your house up, your mobile home, you have to go out and buy skirting. It's usually plastic crap. You have to run a rail. There's a rail across here, and you have to, you have to lay a rail down on the ground, and it goes all the way around, and it's garbage. The stuff I have, it's a nightmare. It's a mess. Anytime we get a windstorm, anytime the wind goes up above like 10 miles an hour, it rips right out. I've run rails through it. I have tried I've tried nailing and screwing it in place. No, it just rips loose. The plastic is so flimsy. These should be built right into the tray. Again, built right into the mobile home. They should be drop-down flaps. All right? They should be built right into the trailer, and when you park the thing, you drop the legs, then you drop down the side flaps, lock them in place, boom. They should be built of something solid too, like even plywood would be better than what they make these trailer skirtings out of. All right, just saying, Now let's go back up here to the roof. One of the things about this thing, my trailer is lit like Dracula's cave. The wiring, it's 71 years old, and this was in the heyday of mood lighting, I suppose. Instead of having proper ceiling lights and everything, it's only got these little corner lights that they're almost inaccessible, and it's just terrible. Even with all the lights going. Even with all the little corner lights going, and you have to climb over the furniture to get at the little switches. There's no wall switches for them either. Well, anyway, it's poorly lit. Let me leave it like that. Okay? And again, you have a choice of having they put these great big huge picture windows in the side. And there goes more of your air conditioning and your heating bill, Big, huge windows. Okay, they double pane them, but still. All right. One thing they ought to do. Now there are these skylights you can get. They're dome shaped, and they're frosted. They're frosted white, so the sun shines on them any direction. from whatever direction. They're sort of dome shaped. They're little things, very unobtrusive, and they're connected to another dome on the inside that sits in your roof, right? And there is flexible aluminum, that shiny aluminum foil tubing. The light shines in here, it bounces around, comes out here. Skylight, instant skylight. There should be, a row of these things all the way down. 2 or 3, at least. The full length of the trailer, and at least one in each room, or close to it, so that you get the benefit of the sunlight. Now, you're going to be hard-pressed to get people to give up these great big huge windows, really. Because everybody loves, oh, I love the sunlight, I love to look out and have everybody look into, but whatever. If you can talk people into getting smaller windows, great, go for it. But double paned at least. I mean, I have these huge windows, and it's still dark all the time in my house because, poor lighting. But this should be, again, standard feature. This should be a standard feature in any trailer. Now, talk about cooling a lot. Let's talk about heating. Now, solar energy is not a solution, but it is a very nice supplement. Now, as I pointed out, in the summer, you're an oven. In the winter, you're an icebox. But if you turned this gabled roof, the gabled roof that we described earlier, into solar panels, not electrical panels. Those are too expensive, and they're really not cost effective. But now this is a thing that many people use. They use them even in Alaska. It's basically a water preheater. It's just basically a box with a glass lid or a plexiglass lid, and you run copper tubing. In one side, out the other. You run your water main in one side. You run a pipe up to the roof. The water runs through here, comes out the other side, and then it goes to your water heater, and from there to the rest of your house. By using solar energy to preheat their water, you can save a fortune in electricity. And it can also be rerouted to, say, go to a room heater during the winter. Again, supplemental. It wouldn't be a replacement. It would be a supplement. It would be something that would reduce the cost of your basic utilities. Now, this obviously, very cheap. It would be dirt cheap. Each panel of the roof would be a box, maybe a couple inches deep. Copper or metal piping of some sort, painted black inside with a plexiglass top. You could probably use plastic piping too, though I don't know what the heat tolerances of plastic piping is. Most people prefer to use copper because it conducts heat much better. But if you use or even black rubber, hose. But for various reasons, flavor. You can also, if you want it, instead of just using it as a preheater, you can also, like I said, use it to heat your home. In the help heat your home in the winter months. Now, one thing I would like to see added to everyone, and this would be more of a luxury item, though. As for that, what most people think of what is a luxury and what is a necessity, that varies depending upon circumstances. But personally, many things that many people consider a luxury are really a necessity, or should be. I think that any mobile home should come with battery backup. I mean, you can make one out of multiple car batteries. To provide emergency power. Though as for that, emergency batteries are only so good. Now, one thing I have seen, these gas generators, gas-powered generators, gasoline powered, they can be altered to run on propane. You take one of these propane. You take an electrical generator, a house generator, portable generator. Make it a built-in feature if you want. Alter it to run on propane. Then you can run. Then, if your power goes out, you can run it off a propane tank, or you can with a little extra wire, you can wire it in so that it runs off the gas line to your house. Think about it. When your power goes out, your water lines still work, and your gas lines still work. So, if you had this generator built in to the mobile home to run off of propane gas in emergencies, you run off your gas line or off a propane tank. No more interminable power outages. I mean, I lived in a my parents and I, we lived in a county in West Virginia. One year a blizzard hit, and for a week we had no electricity. I mean, none. And we didn't have a generator. We got by with candles, and we put all our food out in the snow to keep it cold, and sat around in the dark and washed in ice cold waters, and otherwise just lay around being stinky. But a propane generator be a big improvement for these homes. And one major thing, now these mobile homes, they're built out of crap. 2x4s, fine, but they're also built out of plywood. They're built out of the factory leftovers of real houses. But there are shipping crates you can get. The big metal ones that they use down in the harbors. They are about the same size as an average mobile home. They're solid steel, which means they can put up with a lot of abuse and will last forever. And definite improvement over what what I currently have, which is 71 year old. This trailer is literally as old as I am, 44 years old. It was built in 1971, and there are patches in the floor that are rotting. This place needs burned, and it needs massive repair. So much massive repair that you'd be better off financially having it hauled off to a dumpster, to a junkyard, and buying a new one. That's my non-professional assessment. Leaks in the roof, leaks in the windows, leaks in the floor. It's a mess. But build mobile homes out of these steel containers. I have not sat down and done the cost analysis, cost benefit analysis. I've not run the numbers on how much it costs to make a mobile home. But I do know that these shipping crates cost in the neighborhood of $2,000 to $3,000. And the average mobile home costs 10 times that much. So I don't think it's a very large increase in price to use those instead of plywood and fiberboard and 2x4s and but ugly fake wooden paneling. Most of the things that make mobile homes such a mess are just they're built chintzy. They're not built properly. They're not built to last, and they're built with the expectation that they're considered. They ought to be called disposable homes, because that's the mentality that's behind how they're built. They're not supposed to last more than 10 years. But they didn't, it never occurred to anybody that people would have to live in them way more than, just 10 years. And that replacing a house every 10 years isn't such a hot idea. Anyway. Another thing is the way that I would arrange the plumbing and such in the house. The way most mobile homes are built, the pipes are run under the house, which is why they put insulation down there. They have the water feed, and they have the sewage where everything goes out. And they run the pipes up through the floor. They run the pipes up under the trailer to, like, the toilet and the shower and the washing machine and all this other stuff. And then they run the other pipes under the trailer, out to, the septic treatment, to the sewage or to the septic treatment. If you can't figure out what the problem is with that, I welcome you to appreciate a nice snap freeze sometime. Most of my plumbing was destroyed over a year ago, almost 2 years ago, and I had to get, I have only recently, thank you to my sister and my brother-in-law, particularly my brother-in-law. They came in here, and Daniel Meyer donated some PEX pipe, and I managed to get some fixtures. And then my brother-in-law came along and basically installed everything. I had him just run the pipes across the kitchen floor. I want those pipes inside the house. The water pipes should come into the house. They should run along the baseboard. Put them behind a panel, whatever you want to do. Even if if you think they're ugly, whatever. I don't care. run the pipes along the baseboard inside the house where the heat is, so that you can keep. PEX pipes are great because they won't burst like copper pipes will, but still you don't want them freezing. And having them hanging out of the butt of your trailer is stupid, because hey, please bring those freezing cold winds up under my house, and just run them along the baseboard inside the house. If you're worried about, you put a drain under them if you're worried about leaks and stuff. And believe me, it's a lot easier to stop a leaking pipe inside the house than to hear water gushing someplace. Put on your bathrobe, run out in the snow, in your bare feet, run around the trailer, dive under the trailer, and wrestle the water feed closed so that you can stop the geyser that's trying to make its way up through your bathroom floor. Okay? Now, I tell you, put valves everywhere. Trust me on this. You will have to shut off parts of your house. The water pipe should be along the floor, inside the house. The electric lines should be along the wall or the ceiling. At about, preferably I'd say along the wall at about hip level. Put them behind panels, I don't care. Put them, run them through pipes along the wall, I don't care. They should be, the electrical wire, you should not have to tear your walls open to get at the wiring in your house. You should not have to engage in arcane practices with bizarre tools, trying to blindly feed a wire into a hole in your wall so that it comes out at another hole in your wall halfway down the length of the house, just so it doesn't look unpretty. If you're worried about how the wiring looks, just cover it with something. But make it, but put it where it's easily accessible and easy to repair. You should not have to climb over or under anything to fix the wiring in your house. You should not have to drill holes through your walls to fix the wiring in your house. You should not have to tear out panels of your walls to fix the wiring in your house. And by God, if something goes wrong with your wiring, you should not have to go to the nerve-wracking ordeal of trying to figure out where the wire is. The wiring in my place, I don't even want to speculate. For some reason, the lights in my kitchen stopped working. Just the ceiling lights. This place is, just, but I'm a technically unemployed bum, so I'm just lucky to have a roof held apart from the wall. I'm just lucky to have a roof and a floor and walls holding the two apart. So, but I'm saying, if you're going to design a house, design it to be used. Design it to be easy to fix. Design it to last, to be well made and sturdy and last long. Looks should be the absolute last concern on your mind. I don't care if it's so ugly it makes a blind child cry. Utility first. And everybody will be talking how ugly it is. Within a year, they'll be talking about how avant-garde and retro tech it is, or whatever term they come up with for, industrial chic, Who the hell decided that houses should have walls covered in panels of plaster? That's barking mad to me. It can be because of their insulative properties. It can't be because they're sturdy, because they're not. The tragedy that has befallen the design of mobile homes is the fact that people are trying to make them look like Little House on the Prairie or something. They're trying to make them look like like a yuppie McMansion, and they're not. You cannot build a suburban McMansion on a mobile home budget. But you can build a mobile home that is cost effective, conserves energy, is sturdy, easy to maintenance and repair, and is overall cost effective, and is long lasting and sturdy. Most of the problems that, you ever seen some of these RVs? Who is going to be fooled into thinking that those cabinets inside the RV are real wood? Plastic, fake wood paneling. What the hell is that about? My house, that's what we got that's what we got the walls in here. Fake wood paneling. It doesn't even look like good fake wood paneling. That's sad. I have never seen fake wood paneling that did not look fake. You can always tell. It is ugly. It is ugly as sin. It was the 70s. Unfortunate house design was like the thing in the 70s. Let's see if I can find that webpage. I'm trying to remember the name of the website. Let's see. There was a hotel built to look like a giant turkey in the 1970s. I'm trying. I cannot remember the name of that logs. Let's see. Lilacs, here we go. Here we go. Let's see if I can find. Okay. They've got some really. This James Lilacs. Gotta bookmark this again. Okay. Let's see. Vintage ad. The grooviest motel in Wisconsin, the Gobbler. Gallery of regrettable food. Interior desecrations. Design in the 60s and 70s. Look at this. Okay. Let us. This is what people considered, art to put up in your living room. Bright orange chairs, and a big painting of of the rear ends of 3 shaved cats. Look at this. Can you imagine this as some child's some poor teenage girl's room? I love the big Chiquita banana on the wall right there. Just first thing I think of when I think of decorations that a child would want in their room, along with the checker pattern and the mustard puke yellow carpeting. Yeah. Seriously, what the heck? People were asking what I mean by unfortunate decor. No wonder all the little 70s girls had big, thick glasses. They probably burned out their retinas on this pattern. And a mustard yellow study room. This is supposed to be a children's room. Nice bright yellow, chair that looks like it would engrave itself into your rear end. And just keys. keys nailed to the wall. Why? God knows. I mean, I'm still trying to figure out macrame. And apparently somebody fed the cat a can of orange paint and had it barf onto a canvas. Just look at, can you imagine living in that? It's just ugly. Can you imagine some kid in the 70s doing drugs? The moon is watching me. Its eyes are following me all over the place. Oh, and this one's even better. This is in the bathroom for when you're recovering from a hangover. The Eye of Sauron disapproves of your shenanigans. This is, you're just sitting there minding your own business, watching your mini TV, doing a little sewing, and a deer walks by outside. Just walk up, grab one off the rack. Yeah, that is so 1970s. It involves smoking a pipe full of Drano and painting the results. What the heck? Oy. That was just a preview. That was a preview of his book. Lilacs. Lilac. Now, check this out. You think that is bad? This hotel existed. It was in Wisconsin. It was supposed to be a futuristic, state-of-the-art motel with every modern convenience, from waterbeds to 8 tracks. And it was basically supposed to look like a giant, abstract sculpture of a turkey. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. It was torn down years ago. But they have photographs and paintings, just random, just I don't know. The 70s were like the Hangover from the 60s. Where you come into work on, and you're still fried, but you're trying to look productive. And so they're trying to, and everybody around you is trying to figure out what the heck you're doing to the computer and the stuff on your desk. Not that I would know personally, but I've been around people like that. No, I like how he puts it. No expense has been spared, no bad idea turned away. Interior decorations. I'm having flashbacks to my childhood. Actually, I've never been to, but this place is like the distilled essence of the 1970s. I don't know what it was about that time. All the decor seemed to be deliberately designed to be as uncomfortable and uninviting to children as possible. I've noticed that. I noticed that when I was a kid. We would go to these, we would go to house, out on the town, and we'd go visit places, and the furniture was unpleasant. The furniture was uncomfortable. The decor was both shockingly bizarre and boring to look at. All those wonderful places that you'd take you as a kid, and you just sit there, and there was nothing to do but wonder what the hell the interior decorator was thinking. The classic 1970s Passion Pit with a round bed with a TV in look at that, there's a little TV in the arch over the bed, and an 8-track player. No expense was spared. And this was back in the days of vacuum tube TV. No flat screens here, baby. How would you like to be lying in bed with that 50-pound television set hanging over your head? And you're thinking, just how carefully did they fashion the screws? And you're wondering when it's going to come loose, and they're going to find your dead, headless body in the bed the next morning. And of course, shag carpeting. And of course, more vacuum TVs, more tables with, it's just, everything about it looks uncomfortable. Like it would be unpleasant to sit in the chair or on the bed or anything. Oh, lovely. A bed you can get rug burns on. Actually, this is supposed to be the bridal suite with a regular bath. And I'm like, where's the bath? That might be under that velour cover. And then this is a painting of one of the rooms. Shag carpeting on the floors and the walls. There's a shower back there, and there's the bed enclosed in this circular thing for no particular reason. As it's described here, like sleeping in a flocked Stonehenge. Cupid's hideaway with king-size waterbed. I've never actually slept on a waterbed. I've never slept on it, and I'm told it's not for somebody who gets seasick easily. But I don't know. I always wanted to try it, but never got the chance. Angular tables, plastic, uncomfortable-looking chairs. Yep, check. 1970s. Cheap Cupid cutout on the wall. Bingo. A chair with wheels on shag rug. Yeah. Room of many challenges there. Whoa. Loving that color. Remember, this is the Gobbler in Wisconsin. And yet another fuzzy round bed thing. I mean, this looks like a rug burn accident. You know, that's probably how the owner died. He tripped, fell, and they found nothing but a pile of road rash. Man, what is it with that lamp, with that color? It is everywhere. Pinkish, reddish, magenta. And just for no reason, let's go with everything in this color theme except the couch, which will be color patterned after a panda, apparently. And still more of this red. Jeez. Stereo 8-track tape deck. Ooh. We're on the wave of the future, baby. 2 double beds and another choice countryside room. Countryside room on the planet Neptune, maybe. Oh, and the purple room. Purple luxury room with king size. It's called that, the purple luxury room. If you found yourself so drunk you did not know which way was up, this room had a helpful tactile hint. Short carpet, wall. Thick carpet, floor. Barf accordingly. And that was all the rooms. And look, this is the outside. Everything was just so angular. You know, everything was trying to be so modern, but everything looked like it was trying to push away or poke you. Yeah, nice little suntan location right here where the sun maybe hits for like 10 minutes a day. Epic new levels in ugly. They have a nice pool. I love these multicolored rails up in the ceiling. And it's nice how the ceiling comes down to a point over the center of the pool. You know, just in case you had any mistaken notions of high jumping. This is the motel game room. A pool table, couple of pinball machines, and that was it. What, man, we are spoiled. Let's be honest. We live in a day and age where we have more games than that on our cell phones. Look at this poor woman. She can't even be paid to look like she's enjoying this. That expression. Take the photo already, Ralph. Take the photo. Are we done yet? The Gobbler in Wisconsin. It's supposed to look like a giant turkey, but it looks, well, it is a turkey, but it looks more like a Art Deco flying saucer. Man alive.
Great idea, J.J. Abrams and Stephen King. South Park? Great. You can watch all 19 seasons of it here and only here. The show.
Front lobby, petrified wood, Canadian amethyst stone, and turkey carpeting. I mean, I'm just looking at the pictures. Oh man, that's so eye-clashing. This is supposed to be their bar. What was it? I mean, I know what I can almost feel how uncomfortable those chairs are. There was something about about furniture in the 70s. It was all built just uncomfortable. This is a rotating bar. Made a complete circle every hour and 20 minutes. Why? Oh, plenty of nice purple and lavender, and my lord. You see, this is what it looks like on the inside of a superhero's mask. And more wheeled chairs. Just on shag rug. In a restaurant. Look, it's raised the roost. Purple shag handrails. Yeah. Like I said, somebody probably died of rug burn. Wow, actual chairs. That's a change up. I'm sorry, I've sat in those padded rolly chairs. They're terrible. They don't roll right. They're not very padded. And they stick to your skin. Uncomfortable. It was, yeah. It eventually got torn down. It was changed into the King Arthur's Inn and then finally torn down. Sad. There are just some things that never should have been. Oh my, my, oh my, my. Okay, it is 11:31. now that we've taken a tour of the Gobbler, Wisconsin's #1 retro hotel, I think we'll call it a night. I will see you all again Monday. I'll pick up where we left off. Get some more artwork done. Get some more other stuff done. And I'll see you then. You all take care of yourselves. Drop a penny in the hat if you get a chance. Thank you again. And I'm trying to think, but nothing happened. The wheel's turning, but the hamster's dead. Okay, I'll see you all Monday. You all take care of yourselves. You all have a good night. And say a prayer for me, because God knows I need it.